Hello, everyone, and welcome to Magical Monday Marathon Sprints. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of SC Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and A Curse of Wings and Gems and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to do 1 hour long sprints, so hence the marathon sprints. And it's not strictly timed like my other sprints, so we do have time to catch up and talk about whatever it is we have going on in between the sprints. But during the sprint time, I tend to focus on my tasks because of focus issues. And today I just have a ton of admin stuff I have to do this week beyond just the normal admin stuff that I would have to do with the podcast and the conference. I'm also trying to finish up the last few things for my Kickstarter because most of the electronic stuff will go out. And I say most, it's like for everybody except for the Chaos Lord tier, which is the highest tier, will get all of their electronic stuff by Wednesday. So I've got to finish figuring that all out. And I've already done a lot of it already. I've already done a lot of the prep work. I might just have to do like 1 or 2 things here or there. But yes, got that. And then working on the story mail, Fated Adventures, because a lot of the story mail, which was that was at the highest tier, the Chaos Lord tier. 2 people bought the highest tier, and then I had several others who added it on as an item. And everything's done for the first month. I'm just waiting on one more thing to come through the mail, and then I can get that out in the mail, hopefully also by Wednesday. But even though the rest of the story, it's a story told by mail, but with interactive portions online. And I have a lot of the stuff built online already for the first month. So I have everything done for the first month, basically, except for one more thing coming through the mail. But everything else I don't have fully created. Like I've written down, typed up, not really not handwrite, typed up everything that's going to happen in the next few months and the letters and the stories and everything that's going to happen. It's just not actually been put into any format that's either printable, if it's something I need to print and send through mail, or done online, because there are, like I said, it's online interactive portions. There's a Discord, but there's also like different websites that they'll go to figure out puzzles to get more clues for the mystery. That's part of the story mail. So I have all the story written. It's just putting it into reality for the next few months. And I don't want to fall behind on that, especially since I know there's a couple of things I need to send off to get printed because I'm doing the character cards. So I have the character cards like rough draft set up, but I actually need to create them in my graphics design program. And because there's 4 characters they can follow, they can choose one of 4 characters to be throughout the story. Depending on which one they choose will be the story clues that they get for the mystery, and also the romantic trope, their romance trope, and their romantic arc that they'll follow through the story. So depending on which character they choose, and the reason why I haven't sent it off to the printer yet, well, I haven't even designed it in the graphic design program. But even if I do, I'm not going to send it off until they choose which character they want to be, because I don't want to get like all the characters if like everybody chooses like 2 of them and not all 4 or whatever. So that I will have to wait until they get their first packet and choose the character that they want. So yeah, I need to just set all that up. So lots of admin stuff to do. Probably not a whole lot of writing this week. Hopefully next week there'll be some writing. Keiko was the first one in. Hello, how are you doing? Are you working on anything today? And then Weaver came in. Adega, hello, how are you doing? Are you guys working on anything? Keiko to say, rough draft of Project Owlite reached the 5K in the draft yesterday. Nice. Is that where you want to be for the rough draft challenge? I think you said 50,000 is what you're going for, right? I'm trying to remember what you said last week. Editing today, I'll be using some text-to-speech. I'm finding it quite useful having my work read to me. Text-to-speech. Yeah, okay. I was like, I flipped that in my head to speech-to-text. I do like everything speech-to-text now. I mean, I do like any query I have to do like in Google, or if I use Perplexity or whatever, I'll do speech-to-text. Like, what does this mean? Like I did this morning. I was like, okay, if I have a bubble mailer that's 6 by 10 and less than 0.25 inches, how much would it cost to ship it in the US? How much would it cost to ship it to Holland? And I did all of this through, or the Netherlands, sorry. I mean, Holland's in the Netherlands, but the Netherlands was the rate, the zone is, the rates that are given by the zone is by Netherlands, not Holland. So, because I'm shipping things off this week. So, and I've got people all over the world, and I want to know what the rates are for the bubble mailers, which I kind of found out was like, okay, it's not considered, like if it's considered a flat envelope, which is not a bubble mailer. It only costs you like a few ounces. It costs you like $1.50 to send it through the mail. But if you do a bubble mailer, now it's no longer considered a flat envelope, and the USPS charges more. And I'm going through pirate ship, but it's still going to cost me like $3.60 to ship those off. And I went back through, and so I put all that into my search query this morning, and I did all speech to text. So, but yeah, things you learn. I like the idea of the bubble mailer because it does preserve whatever is inside a little bit. But I think for my next Kickstarter, I'm definitely going to go with flat envelopes because, and it can't be a hard, rigid envelope because then it's classified as a parcel and it costs more. If you didn't know, now you know. Now I know. I didn't really pay attention to it the first time I was sending stuff out because I was just trying to get it out. And I thought, okay, I need to be smarter with my shipping costs this time. Still was not smart enough because when I went through and thought, okay, well, if I do the bubble mailers, this is how it's just going to. So the bubble mailers are only going to be for my US people probably because it only costs like $3.67 for it. But for like going to the Netherlands or UK, it's like $14 and some change. And when I went to go look at what I put as shipping costs for that tier level, it was only $10 is all I had in there for one of the tiers. And I'm like, well, $10 is not going to cover the cost of shipping this through the mail, let alone cover the cost of shipping the book through the mail. So I think I'm just going to do a flat envelope elsewhere in the world, but I haven't decided yet. Anyways, that's what I've been doing. Off speech to text. Speech to text. Yeah, speech to text. So not text to speech. But yeah. Morning, Devin. How's it going? Good morning, Sybil. How's it going for you? No, 40K at least. Okay, so not 50K, but you're at least trying to hit that 40K, maybe possibly hit 50K if you get there. But it'll probably be more than that. Yeah. Hopefully you get more than that. I know it feels great to be able to be writing. Today will be a writing day. I will not get distracted by admin. I will not get distracted by admin. No admin day. I wish I could say that, but I knew this week is not going to be that since I'm getting so much out in the mail this week. I'm getting the first packet out for the Faded Adventure Story Mail and getting out all the physical items that are not books through the mail this week as well. And I say not books because I'm still trying to get all my files accepted. So I had 8 books files that I had to submit to Ingram Spark. 2 of them have been approved. Now this is as of Friday. I have not gone in there to check, but today I have to go check. So 2 of them were approved already, and I've got proof copies coming to the house. But the 2 that have been approved already, I only have like 3 people who are getting those 2 books. So the ones that is like the most hasn't been approved yet or hadn't been approved as Friday. I didn't go in there since Friday. I think I got a notice though that one of my files got kicked back again. And I say again because I submitted 4 files and all 4 got kicked back the first time. 5 files. No, I submitted 5 files, but 4 files got kicked back the first time. So I have to go see what it says. Yeah, another admin thing. So all the like the pictures and bookmarks and stickers and all that will go out in the mail today. Which, by the way, guys, does anyone know this? I tried to look it up and it didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. What is it called? The GDSR? I think I'm leaving out a letter or something. It's for the EU, right? So maybe it's GDPR. And I can't remember what it is. I was looking at a Kickstarter over the weekend, and because it looked interesting, and they have a sticker pack, and they put into their story, if you are in the EU, I'm sorry, but you can't get the stickers because it's against the regulations. And I'm like, why are the stickers against regulations? Should I be worried about this? Because I have some people in the UK who've gotten stickers. So I don't know. Now I'm like, I'm not sure. And I tried to Google it, and I even used Perplexity, and I couldn't get a straight answer. I think the answer is it's uncertain, but if you send stickers through the mail to the EU, it's possible they won't get them. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Yeah, the glue. I think that's what it said, something about the glue, because something, I'm trying to remember what returned on the search results. And it said something about it cannot be tested, or stickers are usually not tested. And then they mentioned the glue, I think. So because it's not tested, they can't say for certain whether or not it makes the regulations or meets the regulations. And if it's uncertain, then it's uncertain if sending stickers through the mail to the EU would be negative or positive, whether or not we reach the person it's supposed to go to. And I'm like, I didn't even know this. Like, stickers are like a huge thing that are part of most Kickstarters. So how are people doing this? Like, oh, sorry, you're in the EU. You're not getting the sticker part of your tier that you signed up for. That's just weird to me. All right. Devin said hello. I think I said these already. Yep, I said these. I lost my place. writing day, because a rough draft sometimes turns into a proper draft. Oh, I know that my rough drafts are not. I usually call them my dirty draft, my zero draft, whatever. Well, now I call it my verbal vomit draft, because usually when I'm drafting, it's all verbal. I do it all speech to text. Did I say that right? Speech to text. Yes, I did. I said that right. I'm going to be messed up today. I'm probably going to say text to speech at some point, and I mean the other one. LOL, Devin. GI party today, cleaning, but editing between scrubbing. So a GI party. It reminds me of being in the military. Thanks for the info on shipping. Yeah, I'm finding out a lot. Like I said, I learned a lot from my first one, but obviously I didn't learn enough to still save myself on the money portion, because I end up paying way more out for shipping than I calculated and I went through and I thought that I got the right rates and everything like that. Now, when you try to get rates for shipping books, especially if it's overseas, even with drop shipping, it's not going to be cheap, and it changes so much. So here in the US, it's called media mail. As long as it is a book, it's media mail. Now, you could probably get away with putting some stickers and a bookmark inside the book, and it still gets to be called media mail. Technically, I think it's not, but they don't usually hold it back because of that. It's only if you put other stuff in there, I have candles on my highest tier. I can't put the candles in with the book and then send it as media mail, because if they see the candles, then it won't make it to the person, and now I've just wasted the money. So I send the candles separately from the book. Yeah. It's going to it gets sent separately from the book, because the highest tier has candles, and there's 2 of them, and it's also a signed book. But I will send the signed book separately from the candles, because it's only going to be $4 and some change to send the book. The candles are going to be close to $15. At least it was the last time that I sent it. I think I found a cheaper option though, so we'll see. And if I put the candles with the book, now it goes by weight, and now it could be close to $50 or more, depending on the time of year, because that also makes a difference as well. So yeah, they have to be set separately. I love the idea of book boxes, but I don't know how people do it and save, or keep their costs low on the shipping itself, because to send everything in a box, it goes by weight, at least here in the US. Well, it does by overseas as well, but in the US it goes by weight, and it can really start adding up on the shipping costs. So I found recycled bubble mailers on Uline. Yeah, I think I only paid $6 and some change for my bubble mailers. I got 6 by 10, because that would fit everything I have that I need to put in there. And how many is it? I think it's 40 bubble mailers, which is more than I need. But I also wanted to get it specific, so they're teal, which matches the book cover, Cursive Wings and Gems, and it matches it may not be an exact color match, the hex code, but very close to at least what the color edges are for the books, for people who got color edges on their books. So it's close to that. So it's kind of like a branding thing, right? But K-Streaming, oh, thank you for dropping the link. I'll have to go check it out. Oh, probably because of some material that they're made of. Yeah, I think that's what came back, is that it can't be tested, or it's not tested, or something. I don't understand that part. I think it's because they don't test it. They don't test the stickers to see if it meets regulations. You can't I suppose if you're a big company and you make a bunch of stickers, you can probably go through and check it with the regulations. And then if anybody buys stickers from you, you can say, yeah, this is, GT whatever compliant. But a lot of the stickers, my stickers come from several different companies. So I don't even know if they are, I probably should go research to see if they are compliant before I send out the stickers. Yeah. Never heard of that. I order stickers from China all the time. Yeah, but I don't think China's part of the EU, is it? I don't think it's part of the EU. I could be wrong. You guys have a lot of chemical stuff and stuff that's forbidden in the EU or heavily regulated. That makes sense. Just look at our cereals. We have so much stuff in our cereals that's forbidden in the EU. So have you ever asked Emma, Richard, or any of the other UK authors? They might know more than us. I just found this on Saturday, at 12:30 at night. So I guess that would be Sunday, because I was in bed and couldn't sleep. So then I was just looking at Kickstarters on my phone while I was in bed. And then I did text-to-speech query to both Google and Perplexity. And Google didn't return any results, hardly. I didn't, barely anything. But Perplexity was a little more in depth. But still, I didn't quite understand all of it enough to know whether or not I should send stickers to the mail. I don't know. Yes, Army. Okay. That I was thinking that was what you meant, but I didn't know. I thought maybe it could be something else. Yes, Army's total clean, top to bottom. I've been writing and site building and apartment needs immediate attention. There you go. Oh, wow, $15. Yeah, that's the cheap end. So I knew I made a mistake on my first Kickstarter, and I knew not to do this. I just missed a step. And by missing a step, I cost myself a lot of money. But I had someone in Holland who ordered a signed book on my first Kickstarter, and I had meant to put into the write-up, if you're overseas, you'll just get a book plate because it costs too much money to send a signed book, especially this was a special edition, which was like almost 1,000 pages. So it was a very heavy book. And so I meant to put that little like note in there that if it was overseas, that you would just get a book plate. That way I could do drop shipping, and it only costs like $15 through drop shipping. Or I think to Holland, it's like almost $20 for that book. But this, because it's a big book. And I forgot to put that in there. I knew to do it. I just forgot to do it because I was like not sleeping during those few weeks leading up to my Kickstarter because I was trying to get it all done. And there was one person who got it before I realized it. Now, if someone backs a tier or gets a reward on your Kickstarter, you can't change it. You have to just completely take it off the menu, basically. And so I took it off the menu and I recreated the tier and made sure I put that blurb in there. But one person had already backed the tier. So I reached out to her and I was like, could you just let me know what you think you're getting? Because I thought, well, if she thinks she's not getting a signed edition, but getting a book plate, then I can go with that. And she had told me, I'm getting a signed book from you, the special edition. And I was like, okay. And she asked me why. And I told her it was my mistake. And she was like, well, I'll just take it. You know, you go ahead and send me a book plate. And I was like, no, I was like, this is what you backed. This is what you thought you were getting. So I'm going to send it to you. And I think I charged like $15 for shipping. It ended up being $75. And the whole tier altogether, I think, was only $45. Was it tier? She just got this hardback special edition. I think that's all she got. She did like the build your own tier, like the $1. So it was like 40, that would have been like $46 or something, I think, is what she paid, plus the $15 for shipping. And I paid, of course, I had to pay for the book printing. I had to pay for the book to be shipped to me and then sign it and then ship everything off to her. And the shipping itself for the book to her was $75. And I think the shipping to me was like $4 and some change. And then the book was like almost $20 to print. So I lost a lot of money on that one. So I was like, okay, I cannot make this mistake again. I did not make that mistake again this time. So I love how bubble mailers are affordable. Yeah. The only thing is it's not as affordable to send through the mail because it's not considered a flat envelope. Like I said, it's going to cost me $3.61, I think is what it said, if it's only 4 ounces. Where if I took that same 4 ounces and put it into a flat envelope, I'm paying like $1.60 something. So it's like $2 more to send it as a bubble mailer. So I'm not going to make that mistake again either. Yeah. I know it's nice to get it in a bubble mailer. It feels kind of cool, unless I add more to shipping. If I add more to the shipping, I'm passing on the cost to the Kickstarter backers, then I can do the bubble mailer. So I don't know. I have to think about that one a little bit. The EU has no time to test stuff like that. I bet. Yeah. You have regulated how much, I don't even want to think about that, but yes, I have heard of it. Our government just banned red dye in US. We're so far behind. Yes, we are. I did hear about that red dye ban. Use chemicals to soften toast bread. Chemicals are used to soften yoga mats. Yeah, and the Teflon, right? Teflon's a huge thing here. I don't know if it is in the UK or in the EU, sorry. Like Teflon is part of everything in our lives, our cooking stuff. Our couch, we got it with this material that's like Teflon. And it's a white, like an off-white couch. And my son has spilled a red drink all over it. And we, sopped it up with a napkin and it all came out. Like it did not stain the couch at all. But we had just found when it came out about Teflon, that was the same material that's on the couch. It's bad for you. It's carcinogenic, or however they say that word. And I'm like, great, we need to get a new couch. That couch cost us a lot of money. Like we didn't buy an expensive couch until we knew we were not moving anymore with the military, because we had like a cheapo, like $1,000 couch, I think, that we had for years. And this one was a few $1,000s. So, but yeah, red dye, like hair dye, red dye in food. So, I think one of the big ones is that like Trix or whatever, like Trix cereal has like red dye in it. There's lots of foods with red dye, but like that's just an example where like our Trix here in the US is very colorful because of all the different dyes that it uses, where in the EU it does not look colorful at all. And it's because it doesn't have any of those artificial dyes in them. And all the sugars too, right? I know the EU banned a bunch of tattoo colors because of the potential risk for skin cancer. Huh. I wonder if I have anything like that because I have a tattoo. Not hair dye, food coloring. Yeah. Okay. I don't really know what EU food color is made of because I don't use that stuff. That's an interesting thought. Well, do you not cook or bake, or that'd probably be along the lines of baking, because I've used food coloring and baking in the past. It's the dye added to food. It's mostly found in snacks, candy, soft drinks, and so on. Morning, Gwenna. How's it going? Yes, Teflon. That's the stuff that comes in the pans, right? Yeah, it's the stuff that's on the pans that makes it non-stick. So like your food doesn't stick to the pan. Yep. Yep. Yeah, there's a huge discussion of this here too. The Teflon. Yeah. The Teflon's not good. It's not. They have found that it causes cancer. You guys, Fanta is orange, borderline red. Real Fanta is yellow. Ah, I did not know that. That's an interesting tidbit. Oh, I lost it. There was something I learned about orange drinks, something about orange drinks and the psyche for people. I don't remember what it was now. I read the study on the weekend. I thought was not pertinent enough for me to remember that information. I already have a hard time remembering information. So, but I think West Virginia passed a law about the food dyes. Nice. I wish they would get more into it for the U.S. Like overall, I would love us to be on the same path as like what the EU is when it comes to regulating our food and what is in products that we consume or just use in our everyday life. Because all these things that we thought were great and we have part of our life, and we think it's good, and now we're finding out this stuff is bad. I mean, it's no wonder. I feel like in my head, anyways. Maybe I've read this somewhere too, but I don't remember that we're having kiddos with, neurodivergence. I mean, we as parents are being exposed to a lot of things, and then we're having kids. And I had a lot of pain with Julian when I was pregnant because he grew really, really fast and really, really big. At 5.5 months pregnant, I looked full term, and I had to go in every 2 weeks to get an ultrasound done where they measured his leg bone, because if he got too big, they were going to have to take him early. And then toward the end, I went in every week and they did the ultrasound. He did stop growing, but that huge like growth spurt that he had, it put a lot of pressure on my hips, and my hips ached so bad. And I couldn't take anything but Tylenol. They said nothing is good for you pregnant mothers except for Tylenol. I took a bunch of Tylenol, and Tylenol doesn't really work for me. It really doesn't. It never has. But I took it because I was in so much pain all the time. And once a week I went to a lady who did an ultrasound massage. So she used ultrasound to massage the pelvis area to try and relieve some of the pressure. And now, years later, I don't know if you guys had heard about it, but Tylenol, there was a class action suit against Tylenol because they found that consuming Tylenol as a pregnant mom increases the rate of autism. And my kiddo is autistic. So there was a part of me, like, I was like, I did this to my kid. I did this to him, Okay, I'm not gonna get on that because I'll start crying. But anyways, I do think it's also hereditary because my husband, he'd taken Julian home for spring break a couple weeks ago, and he went to go visit his dad. And like he said, for the first time, he looked at his dad and Julian together, and they're like the same. They react the same way to things. They see things the same way, even though it's weird to him. And he was like, he's just like my dad. And he's like, I bet my dad's autistic and he doesn't even know. So, which would make sense in a lot of other ways, because like his dad, like he has issues with finances. Like he cannot figure finances out. And he, his daughters who live in the same place, my husband's sisters, they had to step in and take over his finances because he was about to lose everything because he couldn't figure it out. Like he had a wife, but they got divorced, and she had done everything. And, so it's like, I don't know how finances at your age, you should know something about it. You would think, right? But he didn't understand it. He had internet service that he didn't even use. He never even logged into the internet. And I'm like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But so why is he paying for internet? And he never even logged in. He doesn't have a computer that he logs into, but he bought the service. So and it did make me worry too for Julian, because I was like, hopefully we can get Julian enough therapy, and then us, hopefully we can talk to him about finances because he's the young one. I mean, I was 30 something when I had him, which means it's possible I will be gone before he is gone, right, in his life. And his older brother is 12 years older than him, which he could be gone. And then Julian would be left alone and no one to take care of him, if he needs that help. So that's just something I think about. Anyways, let's not get on sad topics. This is the same kid, by the way, who just turned 12 and he's 6 foot tall. He's a big guy. So I don't have an oven to bake, and the cakes I made, I never needed food coloring. There you go. That's the reason why not. It's probably good that you didn't have to use them. I once wanted to make a rainbow cake, but too much stuff to do to produce that cake. I mean, they have them in boxes, but I don't know if that is banned in the EU. It probably is. I'm allergic to red and yellow dye, caramel color, and some preservatives. So no soda, most box foods, and lunch meat. I make a lot of food from scratch. Yeah. I bet you're good at that too. Oh, wow. Sounds like scandal in Germany. I don't know what that is. I don't even know how to say it. Contagion? Contagan, maybe? One of the yellow food dyes, number 5, is derived from coal tar. Red 40 is insect based, which that might be okay, depending on what the insects are eating, right? OMG. Yeah, I did know that about the insect based one. I mean, they've for years. I mean, if you go back and you look at where dye has come from, where it first started, right? Purple dye. I'm trying to remember where did it come from. I think it was something in the sea. And so it was very rare. And that's why purple was considered a royal color, because it was hard to get purple as a dye. I think it's from something in the sea, a sea creature of some type, but I don't actually remember. But yeah, most of the stuff that was used for dyes in the past were from flowers and bugs and animals. That's disgusting. My hubby's nephew is 22 and he has his own PCA. I don't know how they worked it out, but finances are over his head. Yeah, I'm wondering because I mean, there is a program we can enroll him in once he's a legal adult, in which someone would work with him. And I just don't know, how is that paid for? Is it going to continue to be paid for? I know it's such a long ways off in the future, but I worry about it. I say that and I'm like, I could pass away tomorrow in a car accident or something, right? And then someone, but I did bring up all my concerns to my husband. So that if something did happen to me, he knows to be on the lookout for it. So contagion, counter. Okay. Y'all mess me up. It's called something different in English for some reason. Here's the Wikipedia. Oh, thank you. I have not heard of that. So, okay. All right. I want to go say hi to Kay. I want to check out that article and I need to do admin. And I'm sure some of y'all want to get to writing. So it's a different one. Contergan. Contergan. I think I said that right. All right. Let's go ahead and get started on the first sprint. 1 hour on the clock. And good luck, everyone. 3, 2, And that is time with the first sprint. How did you do? I made good progress on my admin stuff. Got emails out, got show outline done, the script done for our next podcast recording, which is Wednesday. And I'm almost done putting together the 2 emails I send out with that. I send the show outline recording link to my team and to the author. And then just to my team, I also send the script. And the script works well for me because it's color coded. And that way I don't take other people's questions, which I tend to do. So we do have certain questions that we always ask the author. And we also provide those ahead of time. And it's easier for me to make sure I stay on track, but also it helps to, for a lot of our authors, it helps them feel, what am I trying to say? Like good about coming into the interview, especially a lot of them have never been interviewed before, or they get nervous with interviews, and knowing what's going to happen ahead of time, which is one of the reasons why I like the script too, is I like knowing what's going to happen ahead of time. Makes you feel like more at ease. So yeah. So almost done sending those emails. And then I have to check on 2 other sets of questions I sent out to 2 other authors who we're interviewing next week. And this is all for the next season. But this is the time that we have to do for the next season because it starts in July. And with the Author Tube Writing Conference at the end of June, there's not going to be time in June or May really to interview anybody. So let's see where we left off. I skimmed through that article. I did not get a chance to read it all the way through. I've never heard of it before, though. Let me look at it again with the deformities. I have never heard of this. So yeah, thank you for bringing it to my attention. Where am I at? On the wrong tab. Here we are. And then, and that's when she said it was a contragon, which is different than the other word, whatever. I don't remember what it was. Yeah. Hello, Beth Ann. How's it going? Insect-based red dye is quite safe. I've heard that too, or at least way safer than anything synthetic. Yes, I would agree. It's also from, yes, I've heard of that type of bug. Don't know how you say that word. Not going to even try. But yeah, I think I would much rather eat something that is dyed or something from bugs than something that's synthetic because at least it's more natural. I think some of that, I don't know if it's the same for bugs as it is for animals. So if bugs eat something that's toxic for humans, toxic as in like the red dye, whatnot, like the artificial stuff, could that be passed on to humans, or do they strip that out somehow, or is it not the same from a bug to a human as it is from an animal to a human? I don't know. Questions in my head that probably I shouldn't really pay attention to at this time. Used to be ubiquitous until the synthetic boom post-World War II. Are you talking about using the bugs for dye? I know I just said the word, but now I can't remember how I said it. Ubiquitous. I think I just said it right. But yeah. Keiko, that's scary. Yep. They have already started adding cricket to some of the foods too. They use a fancy name for it. I think it's, I don't know how you say that. Domesticus probably is the second word. Yeah, I have heard about the cricket and grasshoppers, right? I think it might be both, but I know cricket's like really high in protein. It's good for you. Not that I wouldn't want to eat a cricket if it looks like a cricket, but if a cricket parts are ground up and put into something, I'm okay with that over synthetic stuff. So, of course, if we do start using it at large scale again, people are probably going to add all kinds of, probably, hopefully not, but probably. Because especially because it was during the time of the baby boomers. Luckily, my grandma with 5 kids never took that stuff. Yes, I'm glad. And that's why it's not affecting you today or your future generations, hopefully. Thank goodness. All right, I need to get ready for a doc appointment. It's routine. See everyone soon. Leaving it for runtime. Oh, I don't know if you got any writing done because you said no admin today, no admin today, no admin today. So hopefully you got some writing done. That was an hour ago, so you're probably not here anymore, but I appreciate it. Michaela Keim is streaming. I don't know who that is. That's someone new for me. Thank you for bringing up someone new. The Bookish Boutique. Hello, Jen. How's it going? Working and listening to Fourth Wing this morning. I've been thinking about listening to it again because I have it. I've got the next 2 books in the series. Wait, I've got the next book. Do I have the second book? Is it on pre-order? Whatever. I've got the next 2. I don't remember if the second one's out, or the third book in the series is out. Maybe it's the 4th one that's on pre-order. I don't know. But I'm not reading anymore. I'm not listening to any more of it until the series is done because I do not have a good memory. So if I read the book, listen to it, whatever, and then the next one comes out a year later, I have forgotten so much. So I found that with the Wheel of Time series. The Wheel of Time is what, 13, 14 books long? It's really, really long. And I think when I started reading it, there was like 7 or 8 books at the time. And every time I'd have to wait for another book to come out. And now my memory was so much better when I was younger, because when I started reading it, I was a teenager, early teenager. I think I was 13 when I read the first book. And I could remember it. I remember things better back then when I was younger, but I still would forget little things, especially with the way Robert Jordan would put so many things into his novel that may not be necessarily important. It feels like a small detail for like that particular book, but for later in the series, it becomes more important. And you're like, wait, what? So I've learned from then. I was like, okay, I gotta wait till the series is over. I'm still buying the books because I know I loved Fourth Wing. I loved it. And I'm buying them, but I'm going to wait until they're all out before I read them. Good morning, Adesha. How's it going? Hope all is well. I'll be taking care of some admin stuff and then back to my work in progress. Adesha, I also owe you, I have to do this too. We've got the recording. Wait, is that this weekend? Yeah, it's this weekend. The Emotional Craft of Fiction. Yeah, the Emotional Craft of Fiction recording is this weekend on the 13th. So I am coming up with a few questions that we may or may not get to, but I like having questions there in case we're not sure where to start. And we usually do start with like the first question or whatnot, and then continue on from there. And at the moment, it's just you and I. If anyone else wants to join us in the recording, it's at 1 p.m. Central, so 2 Eastern on Sunday. If you've read the book or would like to read the book, at one point, I thought there might be 4 of us all together, and it's down to me and Adeshale. So, but it's okay. We can have a great conversation, just you and I. But just in case if anyone wants to join us. Did great. Got a lot done. Got a lot done. I just dropping words here. I'm glad that you made some good progress and got some stuff done, but that feels good. Staying on task today, so I'm super thankful for sprints this morning. Got to page 95 in Iron Flame. Wait, did you just say you were reading Fourth Wing? So did you finish it and then you started on Iron Wing? You got quite far. I let the dogs out. That's a start. There you go. Y'all, I can't sing, right? Because I'm partially tone deaf, but Who Let the Dogs Out? That song started going in my head as soon as I read I Let the Dogs Out. If you can bottle that organization you've got, I'll buy it. I barely made a dent. Oh, yeah, I wish I could figure it out. And even if I did figure out how I organize myself to understand the process, it probably would not work for everyone, right? But it's chaotic in my head, y'all. You don't even know. It's like so chaotic in my head. I don't know how I make it through and get all the stuff done that I'm doing because I feel like it's too much chaos. But yeah. Well, funny thing, I'm not listening to Fourth Wing. I'm actually listening to Iron Flame. Geez, LOL, I finished Fourth Wing last month. Oh, okay. Gotcha. We'll rock it out. Yes, we will. So, all right, got to the end of the comments. Yes, that was the last comment. So let's go ahead and get into another sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, it's going to be an hour on the clock. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. That is time on the second sprint. How did you do? I got out the script and show outline for that one interview that we're having in a couple days. And everything I did was the podcast stuff. So what did I do next? Oh, I put together the show outline for the book discussion, and that involved me also looking at the book and trying to figure out what questions that we could talk about, and whether or not we actually talk about those. I like to have some questions in there, so that took a little bit more time to put together, and got that sent off to Adeshle, who's joining me on that conversation. And then as I was doing all that, one of my authors for next week got back to me on her author questions. So I was just putting together the script and show outline for that. So I'll finish that up on the next sprint and then move into admin for the Author Tube Writing Conference. And then it will be working on my Kickstarter. I don't think I'll be able to get to the Kickstarter on the next sprint, but maybe the one after. Let's see how you guys did. Love to hear with additionally say we'll rock it out in reference to him and I being the only ones left to talk about the book this weekend. So yeah, we'll have fun. And I love the topic. It's the emotional, what is it? The emotional craft of fiction, which I love. I love everything he's talking about in there. So I'm listening to the book now while doing admin. Oh, actually listening to it. Nice. Hello, Morgan. How's it going? Hope all is well with you. Are you working on anything? Hello, Andy. I had just gotten the notification, and I had a chuckle over your latest video. It just went up. Oh, well, it went up an hour ago, it says. But I just now got the notification. And it says, published with Andy. Oh, book marketing under $100, less than a meal with grandma. And I chuckled over that last part. So, yeah. I don't know if you're still here, but... hello, JL. How's it going? Hey, everyone. Have a long day of editing ahead. So grateful for this marathon stream. How's it going today? It's going well. I wish I could be writing. Even if I was editing, which I really don't like, I wish I could be writing. But I've got a lot of admin I have to get done. Like, it has to get done. And then I need to get the final things for my Kickstarter put together, because tomorrow is the deadline to all of the backers who pledged at a certain tier and higher to give me what name they want it to go into the book in the acknowledgement section. So as soon as I get that, I can add that to the book and the acknowledgement section. And that closes, I think, tomorrow night. I think I did it through Tuesday. Pretty sure I did it through Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. I think it's Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday. So that means on Wednesday, whether or not I've gotten all the names, I'm going to go ahead and update the book and then download the format of the book to get into, for everyone who bought the tier with the main book and higher, they get the ebook. So, and I have landing pages set up with all the electronic digital stuff for each of the tiers. So now I can get that added in there. And once I get that added in there, then I can send out the links for their landing pages. So that's going to be a Wednesday thing. That's going to happen on Wednesday. It's going to be a busy day. Yeah. And then I'm still working on my Faded Adventures story mail. I'm trying to kind of work ahead if I can, but I have to finish up a couple little things here and there. So, yeah. I don't know where I was going with all that. Saying hi for Emma. Made friends with the like button. Awesome. Has anyone used Pro Writing Aid's manuscript analysis feature? It costs 1 credit, but it's really thorough in the feedback. I was definitely impressed. I have not used it. I don't have a way to use it for free. I do have post writing aid. I have Pro Writing Aid, but I bought the lifetime access one. So it's going to cost me like $30 or some dollars. I don't remember what it was to get the manuscript analysis. And I've got a manuscript analysis through AutoCrit. I've done it through Google AI Studio. I've done it through ChatGPT. The manuscript analysis feature is also an AI, and none of them work well for me. So I'm not willing to pay $30+ or whatever it was to get a manuscript analysis when I feel like it's not going to be very good. So it's cool to hear that you said that it's impressed you. What like, do you have like multiple point of views? I think that's what messes it up, because I have multiple point of views, especially AutoCrit. AutoCrit can never figure out like all the right roles. In one of them, it made my love interest the antagonist, and another one, it made the love interest a side character and the antagonist was the love interest. It just didn't. I have not found them to be very good for me. There's a few things that'll say that's like, oh, well, it makes me think differently about my story to dig deeper into it, but I don't find it overall very useful. The ones that I've tried. So I don't want to waste the money on buying the manuscript analysis. Almost done with payroll. Got 127 in Iron Flame. Nice. So that was like 32 more pages. I think you were on 95 last time. I don't know if I did the math right. I'm currently working my full-time job right now. Well, we're glad to have you here, and hopefully the job is going well. Also, has anyone tried hybrid publishing? We are actually the author we're interviewing this Wednesday is a hybrid publisher. And we asked her, she self-published to start with, and then she pulled her books down, and then now she's going through the hybrid publishing, and her the first book of the books that she'd pulled down is going to be, she's revamped it or whatnot. So it's now another debut novel. It's about to come out. Although her interview is not going to air until when? We're doing all our interviews right now for the podcast for next season, which starts in July. Oh, hers is actually September 1st is when her episode will come out. So, oh wait, I didn't mean to close that. Oh, whatever. Too many tabs. So I'm curious about it. I would be hesitant because I feel that some of those who are the companies who advertise themselves as a way for someone to be hybrid published could take advantage and charge you for things that they're not actually delivering on. Those are my thoughts. I don't think I just came out of that out of thin air. I think I've heard it somewhere before on a podcast or something. So it's definitely things I'm going to ask her about during our interview with her. Back. Hello. Welcome back. Got the kiddo to daycare and to breakfast at last week's cafe. Cucumber lemonade. Has me in a chokehold. You can keep it. The whole cucumber and lemonade that we talked about last time. Admin stuff done for now. I think Pro Writing Aid gave out 1 free credit. It didn't for me because I had heard that too about the 1 free credit, and I went and it said I had to pay for it. So I was like, oh, okay. Because I thought at least I could try it to see if it would be worth it to pay for in the future. But it did not give me anything free. I wasn't too impressed with AutoCrit's manuscript analysis when I put in book 3. Yeah, not real impressive. Work is going well. I'm doing admin stuff today and trying to figure out better ways to hold my team accountable for their job duties. Yeah, that's a hard one. When I was in the military, we had to do monthly meetings with our team. And what did they call it? It had a very specific name. It was a specific form that we had to fill out. But it's basically like an evaluation every month, but not an evaluation. It was called something else. And I don't think I ever quite figured out how to make people more accountable if it was already in their nature not to be accountable. Now, those that I could tell were like, they weren't real sure about things or direction, then they, responded really well. But there was a few I had. One, he came to work drunk every day. And my superiors did not want me to write him up for showing up to work drunk when I were in the Army, mind you, because he was the good old boy. He was the one that got along with everyone. So I was not allowed to write him up. And I said, then fine, get him off my team because I don't want him. And they moved him because I was not allowed to do a write-up on him. Yeah. Military reminded me so much of high school. And I was like, I left high school behind. I don't want to stay in it. But accountability is tough for sure. You either learn it young or spend your whole life struggling with it. Yeah. And there's some who just don't care. Like they don't care about trying to struggle with it because they just don't want to be accountable. I actually had a student in one of my classes, and I was teaching when I taught college English and literature. I think he was in my English class. He'd sit in the far back of the class, and I always put them into a lot of. They were put into groups based off of their MBTI. It was a shorter version because that way I could have introverts and extroverts in the same group together. So, because if you got a bunch of extroverts together, they talk above everybody else. If you get a bunch of introverts together, nobody would talk. And I had one group that ended up being only introverts once. And they were just sitting there not doing the group project. And I came by, I said, someone has to talk. And I went by their group. And they did finally get into the assignment. But I always put groups together at the beginning of the semester and they work with them. And so I would listen to, what the students would be saying. And he was very, very bright. Like he was smarter than most of my students I had. The things he would say, and he was really young. He just fresh out of high school. And I really appreciated when he started interacting in the class too. He would, give his thoughts about things or whatever when we were having class discussion. And I thought, this kid is so smart. Yet he didn't do one piece of work, not a single piece. He didn't turn anything in. And I always would get to a certain point in the semester where I'm like, okay, we're at the point where the student has to start doing something or doing better in order to pass the class. And so, when I'd get to that point in the semester, I would talk with each of those students individually and let them know, hey, you're at the point where you either have to bring up your grade or start doing work or whatever it is, or you're not going to make it. You're going to fail the class. And then there's the point of no return where there's no way they can make up anything to make it through the class. So I had pulled him aside at that point where there was still a point that he could make it through. And I, told him what I tell everyone, you're at a point where you guys start turning in work or whatever it was. And for him, it was turning in work because he just didn't turn anything in. I was like, are you going to fail this class? And he said, okay. And just left it at that. So then I said, well, do you mind if I ask why you're not submitting any work? And he was like, this is not what I want to do, but my parents are making me do it. And I was like, okay, well, you realize there's a point of no return. And I told him that date. And I said, you're welcome to stay in the class, but you won't pass. And when it got to that date, he left the class. He didn't drop out. He's still part of my roster. He didn't withdraw from the semester, but he just stopped coming to class at that point. And I was like, I don't understand. Really don't. And he was so smart. Almost impossible to teach after a kid is grown. Yeah, that's no good. I think I lost that thread. I must have went on to something else in my head. What was I talking about? Oh, the manuscript analysis. Yeah, not having the free credit. I don't want to have to write people up, but I'm tired of saying the same thing over and over, so something has to change. I think that's to make, I don't know if you guys do like monthly like counseling. Well, that's what it was. It was called counseling, monthly counseling with your soldiers, or I'm sure they have that in whatever branch you're in. But so we had the monthly counseling, but the counseling form, there was a very specific form we had to fill out that had blocks and stuff that we had to fill in with, like, what did they do right and what did they do wrong? Of course, those were not the terms used, but that's basically what it was about. And then here's what I can see. I think this section was called like the improvement section or something, it was like room for improvement or ways to improve or something like that. So there's a section for that. And then a place to write down goals to work on for the next month. I found that very useful. For those soldiers who are like, I wasn't really sure what I should be doing, or if I'm doing this right, this is a very good way for them to feel like they're actually doing something that's working, or clarifying something that's not working. I don't know if you can do something along those lines. Are you using the plugin or the desktop version? I actually went to both. I went to the desktop and logged into my account there and didn't have anything free. And then I looked at the desktop version. I started with the plugin or the app or whatever it is. It's a plugin on Word. So first I looked for it on Word and I couldn't figure out where you would find it on Word. And then because I didn't know even where to find it, that's when I went to the desktop version online. Yeah. Morning, Rachel. How's it going? Hope we're having a fantastic day. It's getting there. Last couple of weeks have been rough. I say that, but I feel like it's getting better. Oh, he was purposely trying to fail to spite his parents. Yeah, exactly. And I just didn't get it. I mean, he was a super bright kid. And if someone would have paid for my college, I wouldn't have been in the military. My parents couldn't pay for my college. And when I signed up for classes and I met with my counselor and they found out that I was going to be working through college so I could pay for it, they were like, you can't work and do this schedule at the same time. And in my head, I wanted to be like, just watch me, because I knew I could. I had just spent a year and a half, almost 2 years, the last year and a half, 2 years of my high school, working 3 jobs and going to school full time, and pulled all A's. So, and I actually had all the credits I needed to graduate by the end of my the summer between my junior and senior year, but I was going for the honors diploma. So I had to do one more math, one more English, and one more language class. So I had all of those in my senior year, and then the rest of it I did art classes because I knew both of the art teachers, and they let me set up a space so I could just go and paint and do whatever I want in there. Um, but so I knew I could do the job and do that semester too. But I was just like, do I really want to keep working this hard? Because I barely slept those couple years. And the reason why I did that was so that I could go to France. When I graduated high school, I took 2 weeks and I traveled France. And that's why I was working so much, so that I could have money to go travel. And because I really wanted to see, I went to Germany, of course, for Claude Monet, because I've done some of his replicas of some of his paintings. So I wanted to go there. But yeah. So I was like, I knew I could do it, but I didn't know if I wanted to keep working so hard. So I dropped out before the classes even started. I withdrew and went to the military. So, I don't know. I kind of make fun of the kids when I sub in a very mild way on their level. For some reason, the most problematic kids respond and tend to like me for it. I did some substitute teaching at the at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school. I only did middle school one time. And I was like, never again. I'm not taking one of those jobs. That was before I started teaching at the college level, because I was applying to the colleges, and I would get interviews, and then I would ask them, like, what are my chances or whatnot of getting a teaching position? And they're like, well, you don't have any experience. And we have other people who are applying who have experience. I'm like, well, if I have no experience, how am I supposed to get experience? So I need someone to hire me, and no one hired me. And I still remember, like, one specific college was really, really close to me. They were one of the first ones I had an interview with. And of course I didn't get it because I had no experience, but I was also teaching creative writing classes at my local library, which, was my free time given doing that. And, I would have like the same people come to the classes over and over again. And there was this one older lady, and it was, I don't know, she'd come 3 or 4 times to my classes because each class was based on something different. And she pulled me aside and she's like, are you teaching anywhere? And I was like, I'm doing substitute teaching. And she's like, well, you should be teaching at the college level. And I was like, I have applied. I have not been accepted. She's like, well, I teach at, and she mentioned the college that was close to us. And I was like, yep, they were one of the ones I applied to. And they said that I didn't have any experience. And she's like, well, I have a friend who works with me there who is leaving her position at another college, and they're looking for a replacement. So I'm gonna put you in touch with her if you want, and go from there. And so I met with the contact, and she was actually previous military, and we had a lot of things that we thought a lot like on. So she put me in to replace her that was Central Texas College, and that was on base. And then just so happened that the first lady found that there was an open position at the same college next to me, and put my name in for that, so that I actually started teaching at both of those 2 colleges in the same semester for the first time. It was kind of cool, but how do I keep going on tangents here? But I do. But yeah, I did not like middle school. I said never again. I had them start a fight. I didn't do it. I didn't have them do it. They started a fight in the class. I sent them out of the classroom to go to the office. I called the office. Hey, these 2 kids are coming. And they're like, okay. And then within 10 minutes, those 2 kids were back in my class again and starting another fight. And they took it out in the hall, and one of them pulled a knife out. And I thought, okay, I'm done. No more middle school for me. I never did middle school ever again. Then again, most of my subbing is elementary. I like the elementary. Look, I really don't like kids. But I thought the elementary was cool. Like, it was so easy. High school is different. So, additionally, I'm using the desktop version, and yes, you get 1 credit free. Maybe I will pay for other features, but right now I have a lot of feedback to work with. The desktop version. Yeah, I looked all over. And I went to go get the manuscript analysis, and it said I had to pay for it. Yeah. It's going good. I'm going on Bay's channel tomorrow to talk about my books. If you want to drop a link, if you have a link, Rachel, please feel free. Not to say I agree with it all, but there's lots of stuff in here that was pointed out that I do feel would be an improvement for my manuscript. Well, I'm so glad that it has worked out to help you delve further into your manuscript for sure. I see. Sounds like your school counselor should have set you up for scholarships and grants instead of discouraging your work ethic. I did have a half a scholarship because I had a 4.93 GPA from my high school, because I got a B in math class in my sophomore year. But I was still 11th in my class. So there were 10 more people who scored higher than me. And the top two, the valedictorian, this whatever the second one was, they were over a 4.0 average because I guess they did extra credit work. I don't know, whatever. So I only got a half a scholarship ride, and I was working to pay for the rest of it. So they told me there was nothing else they could do. And they said I could take out loans. And I remember thinking, I'm 18. I do not want to have a loan at the age of 18. I don't want to start off my life that way. So, but I eventually did get loans for my advanced degree, but it's almost done. I only have $4,000 left on it, and it'll be done. And that was like, I think it was like $47,000 when it started. COVID really helped because all my payments, I payments during COVID, but they didn't charge any more interest. So that really helped. As far as point of view, the first part of the book is told through Doris. Part 2 of the book is told through Olivia. Did it understand the two different points then? Like, how did it? I feel like, I mean, I don't know if Pro Writing Aid does it, or sorry, yeah, Pro Writing Aid. I had the right one. If it does it, but I know on AutoCrit it wanted to have, it only chooses like one protagonist, which I wish it would give you. Like, if you tell it's romance, a lot of romance doesn't matter, the subgenre, whether it's fantasy or contemporary or historical, whatever. A lot of romance will have dual point of view or multiple point of view if it's a multi-person relationship. So, yeah. I know some people say that if you have more than one point of view, there's always going to be one that is the protagonist, really, and not both of them. But I write dual point of view with male, female. I always feel like they're both the protagonist. That's the way I always feel. But I can't get it to do that for me. So that did not seem to be a problem, but maybe because I was going back and forth between the two every chapter. So I just asked you how it went, and you told me the answer right here. So sorry I asked that question. I'm glad. Yeah, maybe that made it easier to understand. Again, I have not used Pro Writing Aid, so I don't know if it's as bad as AutoCrit. FR middle school kids are the worst, for the record. Is that what the FR stands for? Rush of hormones, identity crisis, and attitude. Bruh, I don't want to be here either. I'd rather be home hanging out with my crows and watching Arcane. I remember when I got home from that day, my oldest, he was 14, I think, at the time. And he says, Mom, did you take candy with you? And I was like, no. He says, that's where you went wrong. And I remember laughing over that. Whoa, it's who you know, not what you know, I guess. Landing 2 jobs through one person is awesome. Yeah. And I was always so grateful to her for that. But I wouldn't have been put in that. I wouldn't have met her if I wasn't doing the free classes at my library, which I'd still love to do because I love sharing information. Y'all know that's why we have a free conference here on YouTube. I love sharing information for free. But I don't have time to do that anymore. There is the video. Thank you so much. I will have to bookmark it. Yes, it did have one error, but other than that, it's definitely seemed to understand which character who was who and what their relationship was between each other. I'm glad it works better. And maybe it would work better overall versus AutoCrit, even if it like went back and forth. It does recommend that you use chapter titles for each chapter. I'm not sure how much that makes a difference, but I did use titles. My titles are always like my character names. That's true for everything except for the Florist Budding Desire, which is in Nithral, which is part of the same world, but its own place that's kind of locked from everybody else. Like you can't just walk in. And in that one, I have chapter names. So I'm thinking I might stick with that for all my Nithral novellas, because they're going to be novellas, and maybe have chapter names with it too. But otherwise, I just use my character names. It marked my manuscript as historical fiction, but there are definitely really strong elements of romance throughout the book. Like, without those romantic elements, the book will fall apart. Yeah, okay, so then, yeah. Wait, what were the names? I know you just told me. Olivia and Doris. It says 2 female names. Is it female romance? Or trying to figure out, are those, I guess what the question I'm trying to get to is if the 2 point of views, are they the romance couple? And then how did it understand that, if that's a yes? Like, did it understand that those were that was the romance couple? Again, I'm just assuming here that Doris and whatever the other name was, now I already forgot it, are female names. But I think I got to the end of the comments there. We got another hour sprint coming along for anyone who has to leave out. Thank you so much for being here. And for everyone else, find the right tab. Found it. We'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on the sprint. How did you do? I finished up my podcast admin stuff. And then I switched over to doing the author tube writing conference stuff. I have some more emails I need to send out. I sent out one, and I was trying to find information on one of our applicants. And I thought I remembered it being in my author email inbox and not the conference one. So went there, wasn't there, didn't find what I was looking for. But I saw that I was supposed to fill out a survey for a Kickstarter that I backed. Went to go fill out the survey, and this is the second time it's happened to me where I fill it out and it won't submit, no matter how many times I do it, at least for the first few times. And then like on the fifth try of me trying to submit it, it says it's good. Then I'll leave and come back, and it says I still need to fill out the survey. And this is the second time it's happened to me, not the same Kickstarter though. So I just let the creator know, like, hey, I'm having issues with it. Here is my information for you to deliver everything. And then I went through the Kickstarter platform and submitted a help ticket or whatever, problem ticket. Let them know that I can't fill out any of the surveys. This happened twice now. And I've done lots of surveys in the past. I've backed a lot of Kickstarters. I think it even tell me how many Kickstarters have I backed. So it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. 47 projects I've backed. So yeah, I've backed quite a few. I think I know what I'm doing. So something's wrong with the platform, or something's wrong with my intersection with the platform. But I wonder too, because there's a few surveys I've not gotten back from my backers. And I wonder if they're having some of the same problems. Because like a couple of them are people I know personally. And I'm like, I know that they would have been all over this. One of them I even had a discussion with about the Kickstarter and stuff going out and whatnot. So I wonder if they're having the same issue. Or maybe it's just me. All right, so I left off here with JL talking about it marked my manuscript as historical fiction. So talking about Pro Writing Aid's manuscript analysis feature. But there are definitely strong elements of romance to the book. And I had asked if it was, if the two, because she has 2 points of view. And I was wondering if they were the romance couple and then how the analysis marked it, because it has trouble with my romance couples. One's always just a protagonist, which, to be honest, that's how Fictionary does it too. Only one can be a protagonist, even though both to me are the protagonists. They both have a very strong journey emotionally and physically through the books. So, but then it has trouble identifying usually the love interests, even though that's the only other point of view I have. I've had one love interest as an antagonist and another one wasn't marked as, it was marked as a sidekick, and the antagonist was marked as the love interest. And I was like, oh my goodness. So I was asking more about that. And I know we first see Doris fall in love and get married and have a third child. So this was with one point of view, who unfortunately passes young. And then the second part, we see Olivia's love story unfold. So it's two different characters. They're not the romance couple though, even though romance is a strong thread through the story. So, and she had said that the points of view were separated out. So like the first half of the book for one and last half of the book for the other, where mine's like all mixed up. So I think that messes up the AI on trying to do any type of analyses. To each other, Doris actually introduces Olivia to the man she ends up marrying. And I read that first part about Doris passing young, and I was like, oh, that sounds like so sad. And yeah, one thing about this book, there's a lot of tragedy and triumphs, lots of happy and sad tears. It truly is an emotional roller coaster. Even my husband cried. And I think that's awesome. I don't think I've ever made anyone cry. I don't like go out of my way to make anyone cry, but I've had people like being in bad situations and sort of die. I say sort of because one at the end of my series, my trilogy, she sort of dies. Like she gives up her soul. And so now she no longer is connected to her family because of that. Yeah. There are multiple characters who die in this book. Oh no. But there are also a lot of happy moments throughout. I feel like it makes my own life. I feel like it makes my own life in a lot of ways. I feel like it mimics my own life in a lot of ways. I bet that's kind of hard to write too. Like if tragedy triumph was an actual genre, this book would be it. Check. Joanne says, hello to everyone. How are you all? What you working on today? Doing admin today. Once I get through these AWC admin things, this might actually take my whole next sprint. Then I can move on to working on admin things for my Kickstarter. So hello, Justin. How are you doing? Are you working on anything today? 1,426 words for Gwenna. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Almost done with this scene. I bet it's a good scene too for moving through it that fast. Usually if I feel like emotionally, I feel like it's a good scene. Whether or not it actually is a different story. But emotionally, I feel like it's a good scene as I'm writing it. I can get through it pretty fast. Hello, Joanne from Additionally. I took care of some tasks and then did some reading. Nice. 2,413 words for the day. That is awesome, Martin. I know. Where am I at? I'm at 200,000 words or something. No, 100,000. I'm not at 200,000. What am I thinking? It's not up on the screen, so I can't remember. 123,000. I knew there was a 2 in there. I just had it in the wrong place. 123,542 words so far for the year. I was thinking about it this morning because I was like, I need to write like 2,000 words a day to get caught up. But there are days I'm not going to be writing. Like today is going to be one of those days I'm not writing. I think between now and Thursday, I'm not writing much. So, yeah. Yeah. I think I got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get started on another sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, 1 hour on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that's time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished my AWC tasks. Right now there's always more to do, but I got done what I needed to get done for today because I do need to work on my Kickstarter. One of my books from Ingram was kicked back, the formatting. I think I figured out what it was. So I'm almost done fixing what it is. It's not much. It's like 0.001 pixel off. That's what I found. I'm hoping that's what it is because I can't figure it out other than that. So we'll see. We'll see if it goes to this next time. So I left off with Martin saying that wrote 2,413 words for the day with a total of 79,996 words for the year, which I think is awesome. It's not really great. That's like a quarter of the way through the year, almost 80,000 words. So you're looking at possibly hitting 300,000 words, possibly. If things change, of course, life happens. But if you're able to keep on the same track. Well, you're still streaming. I am. Mondays is a longer one for me. We're going to do one more sprint, and then we'll call it a day for anybody who's still here. I had some errands to run, but I'm hoping to get in some words. I hope that you're able to get them. What was that? That was like an hour ago almost. So hopefully you got some words in. Got another 350 words, and it's time to get the rest of my to-do list done for the day. Thanks for hosting, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And it looks like I missed you because that was a little while ago. Had a visitor, got distracted, then had lunch, so I missed the chat break. That's okay. But feel refreshed and ready to take on the second half of today's work. Nice. I'm starting to get the hiccups. I'm hungry. I'm like, but I want to get this book cover done and get back up to Ingram Spark. A phone call came through, so no words so far. Oh, I hate when that happens. When I get a phone call, it throws me off. Like, especially if I'm like in a groove and I'm going, doing really good, and then I get a phone call, and then the phone call is done. I'm like, okay, what was I doing? Where was I at? What was I thinking? What was my emotional state? Especially if I'm writing, right? Because different emotional states for the writing. Yeah, throws me off all the time. I've got May set aside for narration, so 300K might not be on the cards. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, I mean, at least you're kind of figuring out what you want to do as far as the narration, because we've talked about that a little bit. It's almost the 10th of the month, 3 days away for the 10th of the month for me. That is my due date to me every month to get some of my audiobook recorded. I try to get, I don't know, anywhere between 5 to 10,000 words done every month. And I'm usually doing it on the 10th. And sometimes I have to go over it the 11th. But if I don't get it done on the 10th, there's nothing else I'm doing on the 11th but my audiobook. I've done lots of recordings. I've got all of my, I got Cursive Scales of Feathers is done. And I've got all of Blood of Lily done. And most of Solar Rose. I'll probably be getting pretty close to finishing up this next round, if not the one after. So I've got books done and recorded, but they still have to be edited. And editing is like the longest portion of doing your own audiobook. Because at least for me, I do different voices for the characters. So I also record them separately because it's kind of hard to go back and forth for me and remember how I did it. So I make notes and then I'll do all one voice for one character and then all the same voice or whatever voice I'm using for the next character. And then I do the narration, the prose, just my regular voice. So then my editing is weaving it all together, listening to it, figuring out if there are any words that don't sound right because I am partially tone deaf, so I don't say words right sometimes. Hope that I can catch it. Or re-record something that doesn't have like the right emotional tone to it. I've done that quite a bit. Put it all together again and listen to it again. And so like I've done the only one that's completely done and out in the world is the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince. And that's like 2 hours and some minutes, almost 3 hours, I think. And it took me, how long? 3 weeks to do the editing because I had to listen to it all the way through, re-record. I don't think it was the only thing I was doing in those 3 weeks, but because your voice does get really, really tired. You want to give yourself some break. And but I was like, okay, it took me 3 weeks to do a novella that's less than 30,000 words. And A Curse of Scales of Feathers is 140,000 words. So it's over 100,000 words more. I'm like, it's going to take me forever to edit these books. But I will need to probably do the same, setting aside time for narration. Or not for narration, sorry, for editing at some point. YouTube. Is this a link to your YouTube channel? Pulsar Sky. Yep. Yay. I got it pulled up. I posted a couple chapters the other day. Oh, that's what you did. I got some words in. I'm still describing the MC's meeting, the glamour fawn. It purrs sound like a low note on a violin. Oh, that's really cool. So not only is it a sparkly deer, it also purrs. Because deer don't typically purr, right? I mean, I don't know everything about wildlife, but I know they make a sound, but it doesn't sound like a purr that I can recall, but I don't know everything. So you've given it that I'm assuming you've given it an additional talent, I guess. I don't know if it's a talent or not, but that's really cool. I think it's interesting that they don't know why, like they don't exactly know how or why cats purr. I mean, they have ideas. They think, obviously cat purrs when they're happy. Cats also purr when they're scared. So they think it might be like some type of like soothing mechanism. And that's the why behind why, when they actually do purr, is that it soothes them. But yeah, I think that's really interesting. I just read a book where I think it was a shifter. One, I think it was the guy. He was a shifter. I don't remember what he shifted into though. A dragon or something maybe. I don't remember. And he purrs. I thought it was kind of weird, but because I mean it would make sense if he was like a cat shifter. But I'm pretty certain it was not a cat shifter. I don't even remember reading any books with cat shifters. But the fact that he purrs and he was a different type of animal than one I would think that would purr, like a deer purring. I mean, I know it's not exactly a deer; it's your own animal you're making. So there's a. I just saw a short. It was a what was it? I don't remember what it was called, but the last one died out like the 40s or 50s, and I was watching some video clips of these animals, and they're like kind of like part dog, part hyena, but they had like stripes on the back end of their body, and I was like, I remember looking at that, I was like, that looks like a mythical creature. I should make that a creature in my world, but I don't even remember what it was now. I keep wanting to think something in my head. I don't think that's what it is though. Yeah, no, that's not what it is. Yeah. All right, well, I've got to the end of the comments. Let's do one more sprint for anyone who has to leave out. Thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, 60 minutes on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that was time on the last sprint. Hopefully y'all were able to get some stuff done. Let me know. I realized I was doing the wrong book. So what happens when you have like 8 books, and of the 8 books, like 3 of them are very similar, and then the other 4 other ones are very similar. There's only one that's a coloring book. And so when I was looking at it, I picked the wrong one. I picked up the I thought it was the hardback black and white edition, but it was the hardback color edition for one of the books. And when I went to go look at that template, then I could see exactly what was wrong, what I did wrong, and why I got kicked back. So I fixed it. It was a really easy fix. And I sent it off, uploaded all my files again to Ingram Spark. And I don't know how I messed that up, because I thought I was being so very, very careful, because I know it's easy to mess up those templates. You see, this is why I say that it's harder to not use Amazon, because if I had submitted a template that was the wrong size, it would tell me right then and there. I could fix it right then and there, instead of waiting 2 or 3 or 5 days that they tell you that, tell their time frame of looking at your stuff, for it to come back and for them to not even really show you. They just say it's the wrong size. And you're like, well, what's the wrong size? And you have to go investigate. Where on Amazon, they show you right there in the previewer what's not working, what's the wrong size, whether it's the PDF, the words are going off the page, or if it's the book cover that's not working or whatever. So yeah, I got that fixed, got that. And then I downloaded all my backer reports from Kickstarter. They give you a separate one for each tier that you have. And so I was moving all of the spreadsheet sheets into one document, because I need to go through and start, checking to see who got what, as far as what I need to send out in the mail this week. So is it this week? It says the 15th is when, that's next week. Okay, so I could probably wait on that anyways. So next week on the 15th is when the last print artwork is coming in. And that was the last artwork stretch goal that we hit. So that couldn't really come any sooner than it has. But yeah. We were talking about the purring and his glamour fawn and laughing, additional attributes. There we go. So what did I say? I called it a talent, but that'll work. Additional attribute sounds better. I didn't think of that. Yeah. I know what animal you're talking about. We watch stuff like that at home. I'm like the only, well, I say I'm the only one, because my oldest son and my husband, they could care less about, that kind of stuff. It just doesn't interest them as much. And so I just kind of gave up on trying to watch any of that kind of stuff with them. But my youngest is really into it. He loves like the Animal Channel or Animal Planet, anything that has to do with animals or the geology, or he loves all that stuff. He likes chemistry and biology. He likes so much stuff like that I like to find out. I mean, just a little bit about everything. So I always think that, wow, like now that I don't really have a whole lot of time to delve into it, because I've been doing a writer business for the last couple of years. Now I have a kiddo who's interested in that kind of stuff, but I still try to spend time with him, go over some of that stuff, buy science kits, and we work on those together. But alrighty, well, that was the last comment. So I don't know if there's anybody else here, but I'm gonna go ahead and end it there, because I want to get back to putting the rest of the spreadsheet together. I was just renaming the tabs. And then since I don't have to actually do anything until next week, then I'll put it aside and do things I gotta get done this week. So yeah. All right. Thank you everyone for coming, and I will be back tomorrow with the Pomodoro sprints.